Так,
Everything's in place and they've taken the bait.
ну что, всем
Yes.
привет, кто зайдет или
Now
зашел.
to start reeling them in.
Давно не играл в эту игру. Мне даже кажется, что у меня мышка слишком быстро двигается. А тут можно, по-моему, управление было поменять? Ага. Да или мне просто непривычно? Так, что я хотел? Ой, что я все позабыл. Так. Есть великолепная женщина, которую мы не выбьем, потому что у нас 87 всего лишь примагемов. Есть какой-то чайник. Еще есть. Нахида. Ой, ну ладно, нас пока это не интересует, хотя хотелось бы выбить, но фиг с ним. Вот эту штучку пометим. Нам все равно она не светит. Перейдем сюда.
Once, there was a glorious kingdom established among the heavens. From that kingdom came a crowned heir, tasked with seeking out the Genesis Pearl from the kingdom of darkness. The
Хочу это
first
смотреть.
crowned heir.
Угу. Так, примагемчики, это, конечно, хорошо. Такая. Объявление. Тут что у нас? Поставим фиолетовое. У нас тут будет фиолетовым. Это typical. Вот будет такая. Нормас. Так, что хотим дальше? Прибежала по зову сердца. Привет, привет. Так, сейчас я тут пока вспоминаю вообще, что я делаю. Что я хочу делать. Ну, эту штуку потом побегаю. Ой. Без какой-то. Административный район Фонтейн. Да что-то... Че? Что такое? Я чихну! Опасно. Так. О. Еще гемы насыпали. Двойные награды. Что это такое? Подземелье? Так, что у нас еще тут есть? Маскарад виновных. Ну, не весь. Но много я открыл. Блин, надо было эту девчонку убить, она прикольная. Вот я лох. Нафиг я дропнул Genshin играть? Ошибка просто глобальная. Пофига мне тут надавали. Мне надо вот это пройти. А я пропустила судью. А его пропустить разве можно? А, это не Вилет ты имеешь в виду? А мне он не нравится. Я хочу девку маленькую себе. Прикольную вот эту. Откроем ее. Ой, не хочу. Не до этого пока. Хочу компанию поиграть. Это что за хрень? А, это вообще-то... Ну, кстати, не так уж и много всякой хрени у меня тут есть, которую нужно делать. Сейчас отправим экспедицию.
Ad Astra Abyssos.
Я так подумал и решил, может, устроить челлендж. Стримить Genshin каждый день. О, тут можно повторных отправлять. Прикольно сделали, наконец-то. Не, ну не прям супер каждый, но может там неделю типа каждый день стримить, к примеру. Ну или стараться, по крайней мере. Ну, картошку пусть добывает. Гем. У меня еще смола есть. Я там вообще качал эту, как ее. Вот можно пойти смолу подслить, чтобы она копилась. Я качал девчоночку. Я уже забыл настройки даже свои, как я настраивал. Вот эту. Хутао. Ху. Мне бы под нее стак выбить, короче, хотелось бы по-хорошему. У меня есть оружие такое на нее. Вау. Так, что мне надо, чтобы его улучшить? Среда, суббота, воскресенье. Ну вот пойдем сюда, значит. Сегодня же воскресенье, правильно? Хома. Да, Хома. Ту-ту-ту-ту-ту-ту-ту.
Are you here to play with me?
Ой, я управление забыл, блядь, что делать. Как играть? А, сейчас нормально, сейчас разберемся. Меня бьют, меня обижают. Сколько всего на экране происходит. Ой, скоро тебе ноутбук купим, тоже будешь. Тоже? Но мы вместе не сможем, если что, играть. Потому что ты же там тоже будешь компании проходить. Я еще долго планирую стримить. Ты заходи там через часик, например, не знаю.
There you are, eavesdropper.
Блядь, я криво сделал. Сломался камбу. Че они убежали?
The more, the merrier. Go is fun.
Давай.
Let me amuse myself a little. Booba, get them.
Cascade.
Now you're talking to work. Look at the more, the merrier.
Let's light it up!
There you are, eavesdropper.
Teamwork is dream!
The more.
Kamisato arc. Sweep.
Go is flip!
Just once the merrier.
Nice and spicy!
Cascade.
Are you here to play?
I swear by my sword! I'm going in!
Mind the deluge.
Teamwork is dreamwork!
There you are, eavesdropper.
Let's light it up!
Let me amuse
Kamisato arc.
myself.
Sweep. Be still.
Everybody stand!
The more, the merrier.
Booba, get them!
Just once more. There you are, eavesdropper. Nice and spicy.
Cascade.
Teamwork is dreamwork. The merrier. There you are, eavesdropper. Booba, get them! The merrier. Wind, hear me. Shine. I'm going in!
Be still.
Look at me. Just Are you? Everybody stand! Nice and spicy! The more!
Mind the deluge.
Let me amuse myself. Into the fire!
Barbados, guide us.
Be still.
Что там нападало? Сколько, интересно? Копье, интересно, хватит улучшить? Да, блин, что постоянно тыкаю не туда. Блин, я что, не туда прилетел? А, да, точно, забыл. Привет, привет. Рика. Так. Она называется ломок черного сидерита. А, блин, что-то не могу найти. А, возвышение оружия мне нужно. Вот обломок черного сидерита. Угу. И сколько у нас? Прям тютелька в тютельку хватило. И ростки артерий земли. Ростки артерий земли. Тоже улучшение оружия, наверное, возвышение. Или нет? А где они? Ростки! А, вот они. А мне их нет. Я играла до утра с другом, он тоже стример. Ты до сих пор еще не спишь? Или у тебя сколько сейчас времени? Так. Ладно. Идем проходить квесты. Надеюсь, я никому ничего не буду спойлерить. Вот. И чё, как поиграли? Прошли уже кампанию? Я вот, наверное, поздно залетел. Я что-то не видел, во сколько, ну, когда кампания вышла. Только сейчас начал. О, сейчас сек. А ты в курсе, что тебя недавно в Genshin Impact выпустили? Теперь ты мальчик-лев и жаришь врагов на медленном огне. Это я прочитал твой комментарий. Ой. Ща, короче, надо понять, кого выпустили. Мальчика-лева.
What's happening?
Камину выпустили в Genshin Impact.
Fine, thanks. But I wonder what that tremor was just now.
Let's go ask the Duke.
Угу. Так. Блин, я забыл, я все забыл. Давно играл. Камин. Там. Не, короче, суть в том, то, что есть камин, а есть камина. Камина это, короче, отдельное имя, вот. Есть такой персонаж в анимешке одной, Гурен Лаган, вот у него, его Камина зовут, он там такой харизматичный, крутой, вот. Мне, конечно, до него далеко по крутости и харизматичности, но я стремлюсь. Блин, а как тут, я забыл, как это можно было всех персонажей смотреть? Это который у меня есть.
Sure, I've
Ладно.
forgotten something. Not to worry. I'll simply send someone to fetch it.
Камин. Блин, я хочу посмотреть эту камин. Этот камин. Персонаж. Галерея персонажей, вот он. Пам-пам-пам. Во! Нашел. Блин, кстати, прикольный зверек такой. Красиво нарисованный. Надо убивать его. А он какой он? 4-звездочный? Ну, рано или поздно, значит, убью его.
What it was.
Ладно. Погнал я делать квесты. Отправляйтесь в кабинет. Ой, сейчас я еще кое-что забыл перенастроить. Неправильно стоит у меня. А он падал... Или еще падает? А, вот он где падает. Блин, а еще и тут падает. А давно она вышла? Сколько она уже висит, интересно. Я так лоханулся.
Cascade.
Ой, кнопку нажал случайно. Надо было играть, я бы выбил такую прекрасную женщину себе.
Ah, good to see you two. Is there something you wish to see me
Хотя у
about?
меня, по-моему, я крутки делал, и что-то я не выбивал. И, возможно, у меня есть какой-то гарант, и можно попробовать под конец попробовать выбить эту Сянь Линь, или как ее зовут.
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just now?
Мы вчера примерно в 22:00 зашли в игру, и в 8 утра мой друг вырубился прямо на своем же стриме.
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from the surface.
Фига себе, с 22 до 8 утра он стримил. Жестко.
Over the years of serving as the warden here, I've developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic.
Huh, you've got a point. Okay, seems we need to get back up to the... by the way, do you...
I believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
Wait, seriously?
Ah, yes. Have you completed your release papers?
Я, кстати, думал тоже делать типа какой-то марафон, может. Но я не знаю, я боюсь, мне сил не хватит столько стримить.
Are you leaving now?
Я просто еще работаю за компом.
That's right! Today is our last day in prison! But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined here. It's actually been pretty nice!
Да, он так постоянно стримит, но это у него пивасные стримы после работы. Ну, я вот тоже думал начать как-то почаще стримить. Типа, может даже там каждый день попробовать там недельку постримить. Но я боюсь, у меня глаза на лоб полезут. Ну вот.
Then be sure to come back and visit.
Работать за компьютером 5-2, плюс еще потом после работы стримить. Вот. А он прям пивас на стриме пьет?
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go. The guards will escort you out.
You're not going to see us off?
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure. Let's go.
Well, you actually agreed. No worries.
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like... Yeah, don't worry. We'll come back to see you. Paimon really likes the cafeteria here. The chefs sure do know how...
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
We'll do our best to stay out of trouble. Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Mirabine is finished. That's the end of a nut. We should probably go report to him now. You're going to see Monsieur Neuvillette?
Ты что, твой друг спит, и ты прилетела ко мне? А ты спать не хочешь? Тебе норм?
I'm sure just your regards will do, no?
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed by the recent string of troubles.
Да, я тоже, кстати, не знаю, как он так живет, но он бывает по 3 часа только спит, потом стримит, потом на работу, и потом домой и опять стримит. Жесть. А кем он работает, если не секрет? Может, у него работа несложная? Блин, так это втройне тогда вообще какой-то супер интересный чел. Как он вообще выживает с таким графиком? Ой, они тут сделали иконочки новые, что ли? Вот. Но у меня жены и двое детей нет. Вот. Но даже без них мне все равно сложно стримить каждый день и спать по 3 часа. Да и это вредно. Надо спать в идеале стабильно часов по 8. Если уже меньше, то это плохо.
Harmonia sure is buzzing with activity today. Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Neuvillette did say you'd be welcome at any time.
Excuse me. Would you mind helping me take a look at this report?
I'll be right there.
Блин, мне так нравится последнее обновление с Фонтейном, оно такое
You
классное.
can see yourselves in.
Он работает на аптечном складе, что-то вроде как он говорил. Я так поняла, они разгружают лекарства и раскладывают их. Короче, в аптеке он работает. Ну, не совсем в аптеке, а на аптечном складе, скорее более. Наверное, более как кладовщик аптечный. Но не суть. Ну, видимо, это к тому, то, что он, скорее всего, больше как-то руками работает, так как он там раскладывает это все дело. Ну, наверное, учет какой-то они там ведут. Вот. Но не за компом целый день сидит. И монитор, наверное, целый день не пялит. Но все равно, чтобы такой график поддерживать, нужны силы. Я уверен, что он рано или поздно так выгорит и что-то одно бросит, скорее всего, бросит стрим.
In the meantime, please have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink, let the Melusine outside know.
That's all right. We just ate.
3 дня в день, потом 3 дня в ночь. Ужасный график вообще максимально.
Very well then.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish
Уж
his
лучше
work.
5-2 работать. Знаю, я в техподдержке работаю. В лизинговой компании на удаленке.
All right. That should wrap things up for now.
И 5-2 с 9 до 6. Но все 9 часов, там, за исключением обеда 8, я сижу в комп, залипаю, плюс еще, ну, вот ютубчик веду.
Are you done with your
Точнее,
work?
начал вести, там, стримчики
Yes,
тоже.
sorry to keep you waiting.
Поэтому глаза устают, как бы, столько за компьютером находиться. И я не могу прям каждый день
Today
стримить.
should be the day you were released from the fortress of Meripede, and it appears that you've managed to complete all the release paperwork.
That's right, and we came here to see you right away.
A massive whale.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
А не, он уже давно так, еще до того, как я на его стримы наткнулась и познакомилась с ним. А пиво он прям на стриме пьет, вискарь, ну и все такое. И материться, конечно, тоже дофига.
Judging from your description, that cannot have
Ну,
occurred in any
я
ordinary
если играю в
waters,
какой-нибудь
but rather
там
something like
Dark
the Primordial
Souls, к
Sea.
примеру, или Elden Ring, или там Lies of P я проходил, у меня там есть записи, я там прям нормально так матерился. Короче, когда у меня пригорать начинает, я могу материться тоже. Но когда я спокойный, я как-то маты особо не использую.
A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tevat. Therefore, We can only assume that child is presently immersed in primordial
Кстати говоря, по
seawater.
поводу матов, я не вижу в них ничего плохого. Ну, типа, если их использовать уместно и в меру. Вот, то есть как эмоциональное, так скажем, окрашивание, то есть какого-то контекста, они прикольно, ну, можно прикольно так вставить как-нибудь. Но когда мат идет через слово, и он вместо речи полный, то, ну, это как-то уже стремновато звучит.
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how? Is he okay?
Ну, если делать какой-то, знаешь, кринж-контент, типа, там, орать, как Карина стримерша, материться, там, хейтить всех вокруг, кого-то там обсирать, злиться, там, ну, может, людям каким-то это и понравится, может, много людей залетит, но... Типа, зачем таким быть, если можно таким не быть? Куплинов, он вроде не матерится, и как-то много-много его людей смотрят.
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself.
Да вот, ну как бы он так на расслабоне стримит, но почти иногда только бывает, что перепьет и начинает надо психовать.
Yes? What is it?
Ah, right. Paimon felt it
Я,
too.
кстати, раньше тоже за компом выпивал, типа там играл, что-то пил и понял, что это, ну как бы, дорога в ад.
We asked the dude
В плане
if he said it
здоровья и
wasn't
в плане,
from the water, so we figured you might know something
не знаю,
about
в
it.
принципе, себя как личность.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's exactly what I was busy with a moment ago. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose at an alarming rate.
The water levels rose?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time and have already returned to normal now. However, I still have a... If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appears.
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her.
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal area. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation.
There's no time to lose. Let's get
За
going.
Пуассон.
Please be careful.
Новый лог, что ли? Разлив дневных вод. Отправьтесь в Пуассон. Ну, кстати, походу. А, может, я в ней был, я уже не помню. Да. Геншин подтормаживает. Ну, то есть он привык, типа, допустим, много знает по играм и шарит за компы и все такое, ну, как знаешь, ну, вот это все, что касается ПК, видюх всяких наворотов для компа и так далее.
Navia should be around here, right? We need to make sure she's still... Paimon means we need to check on her.
Ну, я тоже за это все шарю, вот. Но у меня еще как бы профессия предполагает это. Я еще дополнительно еще на сисадмина буду обучаться.
All the way here.
Это с серверами.
The
работать.
What will I ever do now?
Look! There's someone on the roof over there!
Just stay put. We're
Я
coming
себе
up.
вот тоже
Watch
комп
your
недавно
balance.
собрал. Получается, когда? В начале июня 23-го года, в прошлом году, летом.
All right. Just hurry.
Ну, во все игры поиграть хватает. Стоит, правда, все дорого сейчас.
Not young anymore.
Особенно компы.
How will I survive on my own? My Desiree.
Из-за этого он, допустим, начинает иногда, ну, как бы, сам того не замечая, наверное, переходить за черту, ну, может сесть, всех обосрать. Ну, допустим, если ему не нравится сборка перса или что-то.
Oh, he looks pretty sad.
Типа, сборка перса, ты имеешь в виду чья-то чужая сборка? Просто как бы, ну, я сколько играл в Genshin, ну, по сути, Genshin это практически 90% это соло-контент ты играешь, как бы. Проходишь сюжетки, там карту закрываешь, квесты выполняешь,
Just hang in there.
делаешь там
Help is on the way.
делики, гемы
You can hold my
набиваешь,
hand if it
и
makes
в
you
целом
feel
все.
better.
Можно еще по миру бегать. Но опять же, по миру бегаешь, когда вот карту закрываешь. То есть кого обсирать? Ну, допустим, просит оценить аккаунт, и он с видом знатока начинает оценивать, что у кого и как. Ну типа хейтер такое. Ну, я понял. Кстати, вот говоря, ну, когда я в чем-то тоже разбираюсь и вижу прям, ну, полнейшую дичь, меня тоже может начать гореть с этого. Вот. Но я не матерюсь, кстати, прям так жестко. Я прям, ну, слишком жестко не хейчу, короче. Может, он косит под какого-то папича? Такого токсика. Нам вниз надо, интересно. А ты есть даже в Геншине? Можешь меня в друзья добавить в игре?
Navia, she's over there.
Я пока решил то, что планирую основательно в эту игрушку поиграть.
Hey, Navia, are you okay?
Вот. Не знаю. Может, когда закрою весь контент, буду просто по миру бегать. С подписчиками. Что-то еще можно делать. Закрывать мир, бегать.
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we
Ну,
could.
типа, Genshin, может, еще такая тема, то, что многие меряются письками. Еще я тут телегу уведомления отключу.
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose. It caused quite the disturbance, in fact.
Ну, сюжетка классная вот здесь. Ну, не знаю.
There was a wounded
Из всего,
resident
что я
next to a
видел, он
building
тут самый
southeast
классный
of
в
here.
фонтейне.
We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
He's wounded? How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose,
Ну, вот
he
если, мне
desperately
кажется,
climbed
твой
up
друг
to the
посмотрит мой
roof.
аккаунт,
Once the water
что я не
receded and
хочу,
he saw
чтобы
the
он
crowd,
делал, потому что,
he
ну, как
became
бы...
terrified and
Я не
eventually-
задрот Геншина, и я не стремлюсь там делать суперсборки какие-то, и времени много я на это не трачу. Вот. Мне интересен Геншин, но не до такой степени, что я хочу в нем жить. Вот. Есть еще много классных игр, которые хочется, и я люблю играть, поэтому... Не, Геншин, безусловно, тоже прикольная игра. Вот. Но жить в нем, он ли в Геншине, я считаю, неправильно.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
All right, you'll be in charge.
Из новых игр, что мне понравилось, это Pal World. Вот. Я там домик строю потихоньку. Но у меня просто, опять же, не хватает на все времени.
Where were we?
Вот. Блин, у меня еще учеба начнется. Работа, учеба, YouTube, спортзал. Вообще, это просто... Можно выйти, пожалуйста.
The situation in Poisson?
Right. Allow me to explain.
То есть других критикуют, но сам не любит, когда критикует его. Такой вот он. Когда ему говоришь, что у него не так, что его слова расходятся с его персонажами, то он начинает психовать. Ну, кстати, вот других критикуют, но сам не любит, когда критикуют его. Это типичный дотер. Или кейсер. Хотя, скорее, дотер больше.
A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded on an aquabus. But before we knew it, water started
Играют
pouring
какие-то игры,
out from
помимо Genshin и
everywhere.
ХЗ, у меня на ноут они вряд ли пойдут.
The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't
Какая-нибудь
realize the
касочка,
danger
может,
and
еще
thought it was
пойдет. Хотя
just
там, хотя
ordinary
не,
water
наверное, уже не
leaking
пойдет,
from
к
somewhere.
сожалению. Они там обновление сделали же CS2, и типа теперь вообще ее не запустить.
Everyone on the street
Ну, на
who
слабых, я
happened to
имею в
be
виду,
close to the water
компьютерах.
didn't have a chance to escape. As the water levels rose, they suddenly disappeared. They were all dissolved.
Вот-вот, эта игра, которую ты стримил, говоришь, да, он ее тоже стримит. Так, а я уж что-то забыл, я много что-то говорил. Ну, типа, из того, что я сейчас стримил, это... Pal World? А, ты про Pal World? Ну, она сейчас на хайпе, поэтому, наверное, ее и стримит. Вот. Ну, и она прикольная. Ну, я просто в Genshin контент не закрывал.
Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately. The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. Fortunately,
Блин, жалко, в
the
Геншине
water
нету
began to
русской
recede
озвучки.
after some
Почему
time,
не
and the
делают
chaos
русскую озвучку?
came to an
Русский
end.
язык это, блин, ну, один из самых популярных языков в мире, мне кажется, нет?
The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as possible. No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the residents. We still haven't completed the head count, but
Я еще пробовал
we'll have
стримить
some numbers
прохождение
soon.
игр, но сейчас такие игры делают, что просто ты в них тратишь просто миллион времени. Вот я пробовал пройти Baldur's Gate, его чтобы пройти на среднем уровне сложности, надо прям сидеть, играть, в него задротить.
How awful. And all of this
Ну,
just
то есть
came out of
нельзя вот как
nowhere.
раньше вот взять, вот, к примеру, и пройти игру там за день. Спокойно. Не, ну может и можно, ну типа, но это будет какой-то мега спидран, и нужно прям вот сидеть и целый день его вылазить.
It was
И
quite
то, мне кажется, к
frightening
примеру,
indeed.
тот же самый Baldur's Gate ты не пройдешь так. Или Elden Ring.
Is there any way we can help Navia?
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this. You don't know how much it means to me. I really can't express how grateful I am.
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Hogwarts Legacy. А он на русском языке Hogwarts Legacy стримил? Или там английская озвучка у него стояла?
Demoiselle, we've got a situation here.
I'll be right there. Sorry, I need to go for now.
And off she goes. Seems
Кстати говоря, Хогвартс Легаси, ну это же по Гарри Поттеру вселенной,
Wounded are being tended to.
у нее был такой хайп, но я считаю то, что она переоцененная. Ну как бы, я сколько смотрел, выглядит как какая-то гринделка, вот. И у меня она не вызывает желания в нее играть. Хотя, кстати, с хорошей русской озвучкой в нее можно было бы поиграть. Но она что-то... Такое чувство наподобие Assassin's Creed какого-то. Ну вот да, когда выпустили русскую озвучку, я думал в нее поиграть, но потом такой думаю, а может, ну нафиг его. Опять, вот я вот пробовал Baldur's Gate пройти, Elden Ring, и как бы... Слишком много времени уходит. Вот какая из игр мне очень понравилась, это Resident Evil 8. Я, может, какие-нибудь хорроры постримлю попозже. Потому что хорроры не делают на миллион часов. Вот эти вот RPG-игры долбаные, которые ты играешь по 100 часов и делаешь, по сути, одно и то же все это время. Как-то не очень. Так, а куда мне бежать надо? Во, блин. Я сейчас упаду. Не хочу падать. Мне наверх надо? Блять, сейчас я залезу. Из последних сил, давай, давай, рывок. Опа. Вот что мне всегда не нравилось в Genshin Impact, это вот эта вот полоска энергии. Но зато классная музыка. Вот сейчас тут музыка красиво играет, скрипочка.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here visiting.
Right. That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted.
Navia? Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just... Malus and Silver, they won't ever come back here again. What should I do, Papa?
Huh? What happened to them?
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still, I was the one who initiated it. They were
Грустный
helping
момент.
evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time. And they were caught in the seawater. I've known them for so long. And I know they weren't afraid. But...
Какой-то чел. Я вот вспомнил, он стримил Warhammer, Warframe, ну там много, короче, всяких. Warhammer не играл, Warframe не играл. Точнее, нет, Warframe пробовал играть, но для меня это сложно и дично. Я много играл в своей жизни в доту, особенно когда учился в универе. И по чуть-чуть в разные шутеры. Там Apex играл, там Call of Duty, даже Warface играл.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa.
How could Master ever be upset with you? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not?
Buying yourself a
Мне
plot in
прикалывает тут
advance,
этот
are
дед
you?
постоянно. Он в игре просто уже кучу ролей сыграл. Вот эта моделька этого деда.
But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, demoiselle.
Разрабы Геншина вообще не парятся, типа, персонажей там рисовать, создавать.
Hey, stop joking around.
Они просто вот этого деда везде
I'm
вставляют.
quite serious.
Это как,
That way
короче,
it will
чел в
save us
Марвел
both the
есть,
trip to see each other whenever you visit
который
your
придумал
father's
сам Марвел.
grave.
Как его звали-то? И он в каждом фильме вставлялся. Блин, как звали создателя Марвел? Вот. Надо загуглить. Стэн Ли его. Этот Стэн Ли просто был везде. Это некий Стэн Ли, короче, Геншина, я так понимаю.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
Я только пару раз смогла его уговорить поиграть в Ори, но мне понравился платформер. Красочный такой, музыка классная.
After all, besides you, demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
А Ори долго проходить?
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. All right. I'll remember your requests. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the
Ну, у
journey
меня
even
пока
if
в
I had
планах
to visit you two somewhere else.
стримить Геншин. Вот. Что там интересно у нас? Отвечу тебе. Пока в планах Геншин закрыть контент.
I
Последний, который
promised to
вышел.
let them rest in peace here. But
А там
here
посмотрим.
I am breaking that promise.
Я бы хотел поиграть в какую-нибудь игру, которая не слишком много времени занимает на прохождение. И которая хорошая.
I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this.
Ну и которую я, соответственно, не играл.
Don't usually.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But
I had always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Malus and Silver have helped me so much. I'm so sorry.
you can spend as much time as you need here, Navia.
Thank you. Right now, by the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the incident that took place here.
Ну, Ори, если прям все-все собирать, то долго. Но если только по сюжету, то может быть недолго. Но вот он читы подрубал, чтобы высоко скакать и не умирать.
Obena,
Ну, с читами мне интересно.
Khan, Burnett, Giverny, Francine, Karina, Daisy Ray, Joinville,
Да,
Julianne,
как она кринжово читает имена.
as well as Malus and Silver. So, everyone else.
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And you're right. The overall outcome indicates that the cost...
Right! Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be. Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're
Монет
heroes.
поправить.
You're right. Thank you, Pine. What you said just now was pretty...
Oh,
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
Ой, Орликина.
the knave?
Это же Орликина, по-моему, да, ее звали?
Ah, is everything going well?
Yes, my
Ah,
people
da,
are
Arlequina.
carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground. As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Что там вообще, кстати, из последних игр выходило? Что-нибудь интересного? По-моему, ничего.
Thank you very much.
Wait, do you two know each other?
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Не, ну я вот сейчас сама пока в Геншине все еще чищу территорию, я бы могла все сразу зачистить, как обычно, но я просто создатель руководства на хай-о-лабе, и я постоянно зачищаю, чтобы пилить посты.
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter, but that doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even
Получается,
crossed my mind
Genshin
that a
как на
Fatui
работу
harbinger
заходишь.
would come looking for me. Thanks to the knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing.
Взаимопомощь — важный фактор.
That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and my subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head
А
counts
скинь
in various
ссылку
locations.
на руководство, я
I hear
посмотрю.
that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies. I'm quite surprised.
This is nothing to brag about, nor
Ну
do
вот
I
у меня
intend
в планах
to.
дойти
It
сегодня
is
до этой
simply the way of
территории.
powerful organizations to act. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy,
И в
and I
планах как
intend to
раз-таки
prevent the
почистить.
impending
Вот, так
disaster.
что можешь ко мне тоже залетать, подсказочки кидать, к
Lending
примеру.
your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that.
В моем, так
As
скажем,
such, do not be troubled by this
путешествии по
token
новой
of our
локации, назовем это
sincerity.
так.
Without your help,
Зачищание.
there would have been many more casualties.
Хотя я, в принципе, Фонтейн не
I
полностью
won't forget your
зачистил.
kindness.
Вообще не полностью. Тут много чего надо делать. Вот, ну просто,
Furthermore, I sincerely regret
не знаю,
what happened to
с ума
Melissa
сойду.
and Silver.
Столько времени
I only wish
тратить
that
на
my
это.
people could have arrived.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you... As Paimon said, Melissa and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And they weren't the... I've never liked hearing people
Мне просто
put it
как раз
that
не
way.
хватает таких
It's like
зрителей,
trying to
кто
relieve
будет
pain
там
by
со
saying
мной
some
сидеть на стриме. Вот,
noble-sounding
и будет
words.
мне подсказки закидывать. А
now,
вот ты там и сундук
there's nothing
пропустил,
more
или ты
suitable.
там еще какую-то скрытку
Really did
пропустил.
become heroes.
Вот, или там нужно сделать это, чтобы открыть, к примеру, какую-нибудь там дверь. Потому что я, когда
You're
здесь
right.
проходил, я
I'm
помню...
sorry for your
Кстати, я
loss,
почему
Miss Navia.
дропнул? У меня дико сгорела задница, я там какую-то загадку не понимал, как решить, и просто такой, ну его нафиг. И все.
Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster.
Давай я сейчас, короче,
It's no
диалог
wonder
закончится,
that
я тебе
people
добавлю.
always say that prophecies.
So, you're one who will try to change fate then?
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention. By the way, traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Alright, then we'll just... Huh? This is...
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance. You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the fortress of Maripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins, judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is because my people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly.
So, that's why the Fatui were already...
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you. Which is why I want to give you this
А ты только на
task.
Ютубе стримы смотришь? И друг твой тоже на Ютубе, да, стримит? Надзума полна тупых загадок, решение которых порой очень необычно. Фонтейн и новая область Люе проще в этом плане. Ну, да, согласен, что здесь попроще намного, чем в Надзуме. Но все равно есть моменты, где можно сгореть. Ну, не то чтобы я прям сгорел, просто в тот момент, возможно, Геншин еще поднадоел немного. А у меня, помню, так девушка долбится, типа не может головоломку решить. Я говорю, ну давай за тебя зайду и сделаю. Ну еще двоим зашла, потом говорю, не-не, давайте сами, я что за вас буду все проходить. Не, ну как бы есть YouTube, где все рассказывают. Но если ты проходишь прям совсем новый контент, то, возможно, там этого просто нет еще. Ну, кстати, можно самому пилить гайды по Геншину в такие моменты.
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
Тут пустыню вообще все хейтят просто, абсолютно. Это, наверное, худшая локация в игре. В плане, наверное, всего. Внешне она тоже не особо привлекательна. Ну, с Фонтейном и подводным миром она вообще ни в какое сравнение не идет. Поэтому многие говорят, что Фонтейн для Геншина — это глоток чистого воздуха. Я, более того, я играл эту пустыню на своем мейне, так как это не мейн, кстати. Мой мейн намного меньше уровнем. Вот. И я дропнул на нем, потому что, ну, как бы теперь это мой мейн. Вот. И я, короче, купил лакич с пройденной пустыней. Вот. И началом Фонтейна. Потому что играть в этой пустыне мне было противно. Просто я не получал удовольствия. А когда еще вышел Фонтейн... Ну, то есть Фонтейн вышел в тот момент, когда я играл пустыню, проходил. Вот. Потому что я относительно недавно в Геншин играю. Я такой запоздалый. Вот. Ну и плюс, когда Ак купил, у меня прилетели еще персонажики несколько. И вот, короче, начал проходить уже Фонтейн. И я прям удовольствие получаю. Ну, типа, от сюжета, от мира, от карты. Но потом просто поднадоело, да, бегать. Вот. Но я вот сейчас решил вернуться и все-таки попробовать закрыть полностью Фонтейн. Ну, окей, не прям полностью, но нормально его закрыть. И новый контент тоже. Так. Оба. Вот эта штука тоже очень удобная. Я в Ютубе просто скидываю крутки. По большей части я все же в хой-лабе сижу. Тут просто я раньше Майнкрафт снимала, и подписчики вообще не обрадовались Геншину, меня даже обосрали. А вот не надо никогда идти на поводу у своих подписчиков. Вот. Подписчики есть хейтеры такие. Вот надо, конечно... Так, это я уже нажал, сейчас сек. Нет, я не говорю, что надо, типа, подписчиков просто, как бы, слать и все тому подобное. Надо учитывать, что есть токсики в нашем мире. И токсики, они, что им не выложу, они будут недовольны. Ладно, побежали. Надо тебя добавить. Тут 5. 19:41. Рика. Га у тебя там персонажиков. Да, мне там посыпалось, типа, ты чё стал это проклятое аниме снимать, Майнкрафт, типа, жизнь и так далее. Надо было объяснить, сказать, вот Майнкрафт это жизнь, но вот а Genshin это глоток свежего воздуха. Вы ничего не понимаете. О, сундучок. Они же водяные, чё? А я-то у них иммунитет.
Things are going a little too smoothly.
Блин, а есть смысл уровень мира 8 ставить? У меня сейчас 7 стоит, просто чтобы полегче было.
Today.
Так. А почему он горит? У меня же получил. Хватит гореть. А, мне надо это, я забыл вообще. Вот я, Вася. Идем.
Ad Astra. Thank you for completing today.
Просто многие люди не понимают, ну, типа, то, что в мире существуют разные игры, разные мнения. И стримить один Майнкрафт, ну, типа, я считаю, что... Ну, или, ну, не стримить, а делать контент онли по Майнкрафту неправильно. В первую очередь должно делать то, что тебе нравится. В жизни, в принципе. Это главный закон жизни вообще. Иначе ты будешь в депрессии, тебе будет грустно, одиноко. И так можно плохо кончить вообще. Знавал я таких людей. К сожалению, наверное. Блин, наверное, мне надо мышку поменьше чуть-чуть сделать. Мне кажется, будто она быстрая. Хотя вроде местами нормально. Даже по опросам все отметили снимать Майнкрафт. Ну ты понимаешь, что у тебя собралась аудитория Майнкрафта. Соответственно, конечно, они будут тебя Майнкрафт просить. Уровень мира стоит повышать, если хочешь больше дропа с мобов и немного усложнить урон от них. Ну вот я не думаю, нет смысла на 8 переключать. Типа там, я думаю, не особо больше будет, а мобы будут плотнее. К тому же у меня персонажи не супер сильные, как бы, чтобы бегать на максимальном уровне. Может, попозже сделаю. Сейчас не хочу. Хочу комфортную кампанию пройти, побегать, закрывать мир. Тогда да, спасибо за совет, Алекс. Look. Так, а чё? Я сейчас что-то не обратил внимания. Я сейчас основную же сюжетку прохожу. Или какую сюжетку прохожу? А, ну да, все правильно. Или нет? Или да? Да. Поэтому я стал раздражаться чаще обычно, и потом в Genshin зависло, и вообще стало окончательно пофиг на Майнкрафт. Принесил постоянно в хайлап. Все-таки там одни фанаты версов. Ну, я считаю то, что тебе стоит все-таки И ютубчик тоже делай дальше. Вот. Та аудитория Майнкрафта, которая, ну, как бы у тебя была. Может, бенд прокачать до 90. Ниже рекомендуемого. А что мне надо, чтобы их возвысить, персонажей этих? Ладно, это найдем. А этого?
Oh, ow! Where did that come from?
Кстати, его могу апнуть, только не вижу смысла особого.
Benny's at
Ладно. Не стали отписываться, уже около 900 человек отписалось. Ну, смотри, как бы твоя аудитория, которая тебя любит, она с тобой останется. Вот. Вот что я думаю, по крайней мере. Я же, ну, не мне говорить с моим, там, сколько у меня подписчиков. Вот. Но я считаю, что все-таки твоя аудитория, которая тебя любит, она и будет с тобой и дальше. А те, кто ушел, ну и фиг с ними, как говорится. Придут новые, кто и Genshin любит, и также у тебя будут подписчики прибавляться и прибавляться только уже, ну, с тем, что ты любишь. И получится так, что ты будешь заниматься тем, что тебе нравится, и при этом... Ой, что я нажимаю? Ща. Я он такой сильный. А, и это все, что ли? Ну, тут еще кто-то будет. Не, все-таки мышку, наверное, надо... Да блин! Я не могу в настройки сейчас зайти. Окей. Блять! Вот в такие моменты можно материться. Типа Майнкрафта нет, и начались типа такие комментарии, что-то вроде прощай легенду. Будто я умерла, что ли.
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontanian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
Right. You can't go down if
Типа
there's
играть в один
primordial
Майнкрафт.
seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be
Такое
enough for
себе.
you to just stay here. Don't get by my wrong. We're not sick.
No, you're right.
Ну ты же не будешь, к примеру, есть всю жизнь одну гречку, да? Тебе просто рано или поздно это надоест. Как бы ты не любила гречку, как бы она полезна не была, она тебе надоест. Так совсем. Типа ты не можешь всегда делать контент на одном чём-то. Если ты это делаешь, то это уже превращается в какую-то ненавистную работу. Вот. Так не должно быть.
The water levels here are unstable, and I'll go together with you.
Все должно чем-то миксоваться, я считаю. Даже работа, которой ты занимаешься, ты можешь работать в одной сфере, да? Но ты должен делать разные вещи, иначе тебе станет скучно. И... Ой, он что, нырнуть хотел? Прикольно. Иначе тебе станет скучно просто, и ты выгоришь. И бросишь что-либо. Макарошки можно есть всю жизнь, меняя соус и заправку, по словам Фурина. Но ты же меняешь соус и заправку. По сути, это разные блюда. Но это те же самые макароны. Это вот, как, кстати, вот сейчас четко сказал. Вот я говорю про профессию сейчас. Ты можешь работать в одной профессии, да, но при этом как бы работать, к примеру, с разными людьми, там, в разных местах. Не знаю, если ты там доктор, можешь, к примеру, в разных больницах работать, там, или в разных городах. Ну, просто пример. Или вот, там, если ты там айтишник, ты можешь там тоже с разными проектами работать, к примеру. Вот. И постоянно в твоей жизни должно быть что-то разное. Типа, если ты там репетитор какой-то, у тебя в априори что-то разное, у тебя постоянно разные люди какие-то приходят. Да, по сути, ты делаешь то же самое, одно. Но это одно каждый раз для тебя разное. Ой, а что он такой все отдаленное стало? Блять. Что я не могу тут особо отвлекаться пока, походу. Я на один раз отвлекся, уже умер просто на яме. Экшон пошел. Ну, не только макарошки можно всю жизнь есть, можно еще рис есть всю жизнь. Вот. Но я говорю именно вот, к примеру, если ты будешь есть only там гречку и все. Без ничего, без соусов. Типа, Приши поедет так кататься и здоровья спасибо не скажет.
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Malus.
О, Стэн Ли местный.
Yes, it would appear.
That's quite possible.
Это Стэн Ли и Стивен Сигал с косичкой.
Oh, right. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
Ну, фактически, да, канал умер за то, что там аудитория Майнкрафта собралась. Но другие придут, ладно уж, пофигу.
Is something the matter, demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine.
Ну,
I was just trying to recall why we
поэтому
came out
нельзя
for a walk.
никогда канал ограничивать чем-то, типа... К примеру, у меня канал, я делаю там видосы по анимешкам, да? Но это не значит, что я буду делать он для видосы по анимешкам. Как бы я хочу еще что-то выложить на канал, хочу, в принципе, с людьми общаться, но, типа, да, будет основная какая-то тематика, просто что мне нравится. Типа, если мне что-то поменяется, ну, допустим, аниме, наверное, не перестану там смотреть, и поэтому, возможно, всегда буду по нему делать видосы. Вот, но, допустим, игры я там буду раз наиграть, скорее всего, не только Genshin. Вот, но сейчас хочу только Genshin поиграть.
Right. Yes.
Вот. Что еще можно я могу? Я хотел еще видосы поукладывать там с обзором каких-то этих, там вот, клавиатура там у меня вот новая появилась, там я купил себе, хотел ее тоже обзор себе сделать, там с людьми поделиться, выложить. Там микрофон я себе покупал, вот, не знаю, там... На компьютер, к примеру, мог бы с обзор сделать.
How have you been?
Ну, вообще, в принципе, какую-то технику, которая у меня в жизни будет появляться, я мог бы делать обзоры. Глядишь, если у меня стану популярным, мне даже засылать начнут, я мог бы просто обозревать то, что мне присылают спокойно вообще. Делать как отдельную рубрику, типа. Потому что мне это просто тоже интересно. Поэтому я хочу делать канал про то, что мне интересно, в первую очередь. И советую тебе то же самое делать. Типа, никогда не ведись на поводу у чужих мнений.
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it right here. Miss Navia, these are some flower
Я тут не могу
seeds that I
кинуть ссылку на
prepared.
Хайлаб, это же
Please
ссылка.
take
Короче, в
them.
Хайлабе мой
They're very
ник
good
Рика
variety, and they'll
1991.
become very big and beautiful once they bloom. I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation.
Did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much.
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's
Ну давай
flowers.
добавим тебя. Так. Хайо лап. Хайо лап. Ой, а мне, наверное, тут надо регаться, или я уже регался? А, ну тут, наверное, через... Можно через Google почту? Я попробую. Тут аккаунт Геншина нужен? Если нужен, то это здорово. О, выберите контент, который вас интересует. Genshin Impact. Ханкай Impact? Что? Ханкай Star Rail. Так, теперь ищем тебя. Я вроде зашел. Так. Косяк. Я пока свернут чат. 1... Рика 1991. Рика. Сбрасываешь решение на показ уведомления. Разрешить. Ой, я вроде нашел. Посты 564. Подписчики 7000. Ого. 7000. 48 тысяч лайков. Я тебе тоже лайк поставлю где-нибудь. Где тут можно лайк поставить? А, во. Секретное достижение. Надпись на камне. Блин, ну это большая работа вообще. Столько выкладывать и делать. Прям вообще большая. Там можно отмечаться и всякие события проходить, и будут примагемы и разные награды давать.
Very well.
Wait. Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name...
That's right. Is something wrong?
Че? Награды? А, могу менять? Спасибо. Да не что. Так. Ну, посмотрю потом, что за сайт еще такое, почитаю про него. Вот, я просто не был на нем ни разу. А может был, когда что-то искал, может, но как-то так детально не лазил. Это, наверное, для людей, кто прям много в Genshin играет. Ну, я обычно стараюсь сам что-то, как бы узнать, или сделать, или разгадать. Если прям совсем у меня как-то не идет, то тогда уже в YouTube лезу. Ну, я обычно в YouTube просто смотрю.
Well, now, did you forget?
Кстати, не уверен, что в YouTube все есть просто. Особенно по новому контенту.
Here you are. I've been looking for you. Please come to the opera house. Your trial is about to begin.
Ой, лап. Блин, я жалею, что я не выбил Фурину себе. Она мне нравится.
Why would I need to go to the opera house?
Yes, she's right, demoiselle. It's just about time now.
Oh? All right then.
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
Навия пришла.
And her two attendants are with her.
Жульен прочитал.
Goodness. Everyone's finally here.
Кто-то явно есть хотел, когда ему имя придумывал.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Julien.
Жульен.
Why are
Блин,
so many
Жульена
people
захотелось с
here?
грибами.
And why do I have no recollection of this? And
С каким-нибудь сливочным сыром таким. Прям.
Huh? Where's Monsieur Neuvillette?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right. But are you sure you can stand behind me?
Блин, танчик забыл взять. Ну ладно, потом.
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today is an exception.
Я дойду сегодня до этого, до новой
Do
локации.
they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Походу нет. Тогда завтра вечером буду после работы.
Whispering. Could someone please tell me where Monsieur Neuvillette is and why I'm standing trial?
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? In that case, allow me to explain. As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rosula, someone held in high regard by every soul in Poisson.
Ну, видимо, стрим слишком скучный. Да, этот проходил уже миллион раз. Ну ладно, не миллион, но проходил уже, поэтому тебе интересно. Вот. Ну, залетай потом еще. Буду еще карту бегать закрывать. Когда проснешься, если я буду стримить. Либо завтра вечером. Давай, спасибо, что составила компанию.
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm...
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. You are one with us. We are inseparable. We are one big family, all of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so important, we couldn't possibly do without. Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you
Huh? What are you saying? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but what is the purpose of having me stand here like this? What is there
Я
to
проходил,
discuss?
по-моему, раза 4 точно на стове. В венке, у друга и у подписчика. Ну, видишь, я был прав, что ты несколько раз это проходил. Я смотрю, тебе прям нравится Genshin. Вот, продала Майнкрафт на Genshin.
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Стэн Ли возмущается.
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty!
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Меня вырубает не из-за этого. Походу, организм уже все, говорит, пора спать. Ну, конечно. Уже вторые сутки не спишь, получается. Надо идти. Давай тогда тебе спокойной ночи. Ладно, или так, правильнее будет сказать сладких снов.
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's
Да, мне
goodness,
тоже
but nothing
залетай.
of her
Будем
utterly
закрывать
independent
Геншин.
mind.
И может быть, не только Геншин. Давай. Еще раз сладких снов.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you
А, да,
say?
и
Don't forget, we are all
не забывай, что
Fontanians
нужно
here.
спать по 8
This
часов
is
в
the
день.
nation of
Каждый день.
justice, the
Не
nation of
пропуская.
Hydro.
Стараться, по крайней мере.
Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all, blends with all. It will surely accept. Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro, and in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. Have you forgotten how much you all want?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
Кринж.
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver, and that is how we will...
My head... It hurts.
Demoiselle.
Silver, it hurts. My head is spinning. All I can see is stars swirling in front of me.
Сейчас я до конца добью последнюю территорию, можно будет косточки постоянно греть на кровати. Ну,
I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very
может,
beginning.
но я считаю, что должен быть баланс.
Karina, Desiree,
Так будешь продуктивнее на самом деле. Ну, когда ведешь нормальный режим и у тебя больше сил, например, заниматься чем-то. Ну, организм чувствует себя хорошо, лучше, чем когда режим сбитый.
Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trial, don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying?
No more excuses!
He says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent?
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Miss...
Silence.
That's...
Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial.
Да, я и сам уже чувствую, что вымоталась, но я не смогу нормально пока спать, потому что я живу в селе. Мне еще надо покормить баранов, кур и кроликов, и потом можно спать спокойно. Нифига себе. Вот это да. Баранов, кур и кроликов. Ого. Блин, ну кролики прикольные. Разводить их. И вкусные, наверное, еще. Хотя я не помню, пробовал вообще кролика. По-моему, нет. Вот куриц постоянно кушаю.
The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Блин, тогда тебе тоже, наверное, времени на все не хватает, поэтому ты так и не спишь.
Our thanks, monsieur.
Please leave with me,
Там,
Miss Navia,
пока баранов
while there is still
покормишь,
time.
пока поработаешь там, пока поиграешь.
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Malus. Silver.
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, demoiselle.
Farewell.
No, wait! Just a second!
Hey, Navia?
Куда ты ее жмыхнула?
Good.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were...
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a
Да,
nightmare?
кролики такие вкусные, но даже жаль, когда они такие там тянутся, а потом я ем их в каком-нибудь кроличачьем рагу или обжаренных в домашнем вине. Вау. Блин, ну, я вот живу в городе, я никого не режу, вот, поэтому, не знаю, если бы мне дали кролика зарезать, я бы потом страдал всю жизнь.
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water.
Интересно, сколько стоит где-нибудь кролика попробовать? Блин. Рагу из кролика. Кролик фермерский. Ну, это не то, наверное. Где его купить-то еще можно? Или в ресторане где-нибудь поесть? Ну, по 700 рублей стоит филе кролика полкилограмма. 600-700 вроде. Филе кролика, вон, 658 рублей за плюс-минус 500 грамм. Может, еще где-то есть, я так бегло посмотрел. Мне дали индюка зарезать, а потом весь день вспоминал его и рыдала. Индюк. О, наверное, такой здоровый.
I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
Vache?
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you
Vache.
saw in your dream.
Вот это вот. Океанит.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me.
Ну, я не хочу никого резать. Ты ему за всю боль, короче, отомстила, получается. За все клевки. Блин.
Nevlet, are you okay?
Я сейчас так задумался, если бы я жил в деревне. И мне еще приходилось бы дополнительно за хозяйством там заниматься. Я не знаю, я бы вообще ничего не успевал.
all of a sudden? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to come?
I suppose so. Ah, Sigewin. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the fortress of...
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing...
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sigewin would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigewin made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going...
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else. So, Neverlet, you're probably quite the swimmer, huh?
Yes, of course.
This isn't going anywhere. Let's try something else.
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area.
Я работал... Я еще не работаю, я работал с весны до осени на турбазе, а зимой нет обычно.
Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave.
А как турбаза называется?
She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now.
Турбаза дружба.
I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes,
Посмотрим.
if you wouldn't mind my company.
All right! Another one joins the party! Let's get going then!
Турбаза дружба. Вот есть рядом с Тольятти.
Yes.
Или Самарой.
Now to start reeling them in.
Там Красный Миронов, Печорские выселки. А тут речка такая огромная. Ну, такая тут широкая. Это не речка, это Куйбышевское водохранилище. А рядом Волга. Она в Волгу, в это водохранилище впадает. Прикол. В Московской области Демуранка, да, это она. Такая дружба, что мы все там разругались.
I have to stifle a smile every time I remember the look on my
Ой,
retainers'
данжик,
faces when I
данжик,
informed
данжик.
them of my plans today. Panic-stricken, but unable to muster the courage to say anything in opposition.
Чел.
Everybody stand back! Out of the frying pan, into the book!
Да-да, кундала. Когда он разговаривает. Есть река Уса. Или Уса. Возле этой турбазы. Да блин, меня бесят эти non-stable штуки. Блять, я энергию не забрал.
I'm feeling a little washed out.
И чё? Все? Наигрался? А, во. У нас такое начальство офигенное было, типа работаем дофига, зарплата всего 20 тысяч, питание за свой счет. Я так понимаю, офигенная в кавычках. А чё так мало платили? 20 тысяч? Ладно. И тут спецэффекты. На телефоне это будет, наверное, тяжеловато проходить, если играть. В итоге там все друг другу подсидеть пытались, выслуживались перед начальством кто как мог. Типа у вас там повыситься можно было или чё? Или типа зарплату больше что платили, договориться? Странно, что зарплата такая маленькая. Может, там сама турбаза не так уж и много денег приносит, что поэтому так там мало платят. Можно было занять должность помощника администратора. Ничего себе.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
А у помощников администраторов больше было? И что надо было сделать, чтобы стать помощником администратора? На какие-то подношения можно снять и посмотреть. О, я вижу нарисованную Фурину справа.
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that...
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past. Say what?
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. she's facing this... what is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
And is that Lady Farina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
Короче, чтобы было понятно, скажу так, что это была единственная турбаза, кому постоянно требовались рабочие, фактически единственное место, где можно было заработать деньги.
And is that a ring of people around here?
Блин, стрёмная фигня вообще.
Paimon doesn't quite get it.
Ну, наверное, я бы как сделал в таком случае, а может быть попробовал бы на удаленке какую-нибудь работу найти. Потому что...
I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
Так, конечно, не очень. Знаешь, что можно найти на удаленке работу абсолютно спокойно, если постараться. Ну, типа, не обязательно сейчас уже быть, именно ездить куда-то там в офисе находиться. Вот. И, в принципе, зарплата будет приемлемая тоже для удаленки. Даже больше, чем на той турбазе, если постараться. Так что, если интересно, советую рассматривать удаленку.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these slates. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come.
I really hope it doesn't mean...
Still, Paimon feels like these...
That's right.
Хочу водички
If the
попить.
images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters
Блин,
surrounding
стакан не взял,
Fontaine,
буду пить прям с
come
этой
before
штуки.
the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
Гидроархонт.
And yet the order is reversed here.
Ого. Вот это привилегия. На 2000 больше, не заниматься грязной работой, не травмировать руки. Есть бесплатно.
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous
Ну,
Hydro
я еще,
Archon.
правда, не знаю, что у тебя там по ценам, вот где ты живешь. Вот. Сколько у тебя там на жизнь денег уходит, типа, как ты рассматриваешь. Просто мне кажется, что, ну, это очень мало.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records. The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a posture? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their content...
Типа, начальство считает, что нормально столько вообще платить, как бы, сотрудникам. Я просто... Мне кажется, что там, ну... Не знаю, даже на них не купишь особо ничего. Особенно сейчас. Типа, сейчас цены такие.
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so let's head back first.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Ой, я чуть сундук не забыл забрать.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
А я вот завтра на работу с утра. Так неохота на самом деле. Но мне не надо руки травмировать. Но я головой работаю. Работала учителем в гимназии начальных классов, работала няней, работала воспитателем в детсаде, кассиром в магазине, кондуктором на автобусах и вот на турбазе.
Just head back to the Fleuve Cendre and have a rest then.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Rest well, everyone.
Ну, можно каким-нибудь оператором работать на удаленке.
Traveler, I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning.
И получать не меньше, чем все профессии, которые ты перечислила здесь. Или даже больше. Смотри, каким еще оператором.
If you have time, drop by my office.
Можно менеджером по продажам работать на удаленке.
Paimon's getting a little scared now that it's come to this.
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
Смотря что ты делаешь, как бы, на самом деле много вариантов, чем можно удаленно заниматься. Можно дизайнить что-то удаленно тоже, смотря что ты дизайнишь. Например, если ты дизайнишь что-то в интернете, то тебе достаточно компьютера только и все. Но опять же, компьютер нормальный нужен, но я думаю, сейчас это не проблема уже.
We're finally back!
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Yay! And there's good food too! Navi, no. Ooh, desserts! Nice!
Как же орёт это Паймон на английском языке, это пипец.
Paimon's already starting to forget what happened today.
Oh, that voice. Is that who I think it is?
Huh?
It's you two. What are you doing in Font?
Помощник повара, помощник администратора и горничная.
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Ого.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here.
Да ты там самая крутая, получается, была.
Well, I have
Всё да
some
сразу
business to
делала.
attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstatter surname?
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name. There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan.
Я как бы не особо вкладывалась в технику, у меня просто родители старенькие, обычно деньги матери отдавала или перечисляла на карту. Ну, конечно, у меня в итоге нифига не было. Ну, в таком случае, да. Ну, вообще...
It isn't?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Если работать оператором, к примеру, или менеджером по продажам, да, то тебе, типа, сильно мощный компьютер-то и не нужен.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait!
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well. Astromancer Barbaloth Trismegistus.
Whoa, that's a long one. Does it also
Ну, я думаю, то, что
mean
на
great or
какую-нибудь работу, где там 1040-50 платить будут, мне, в принципе, несложно найти удаленку.
My name
Если, ну,
means
можно и
not
больше
the
найти,
great
чтобы платили.
astrologist.
Желание.
As for the old hag, hers
Или
is,
меньше,
in
если не
plain
повезет.
speech, the thrice as great scholar of the stars.
И при этом
Just
ты не
take it as
будешь
a
дома
title
работать
specific
спокойно,
to
и не надо
astrologists.
ездить никуда. На дорогу там тратить.
Thrice as great? That's so petty.
I know, right? That's just how
Ну,
she
плюс еще
is.
времени больше
She
будет.
used to call herself Megistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
Talk about excessive.
Я работал в техподдержке эквайринга. У нас был этот колл-центр, и в нем работали эти людишки всякие с разных частей России вообще. Кто-то там даже один с Владивостока был. Ну, у них зарплата где-то 1030 добыла. Вот. При том, что они удаленно работают из дома все. Мне старший брат отдал свой старый ноут, когда мой на рендере сгорел. Но я тут рыдал, а ясен пень все-таки прожил со мной 10 лет и сдох.
Megistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to
Вот,
speak,
а я
which makes it
поэтому
about the same as a
и
surname.
советую всем, чтобы
It's
брали
alright
ноут,
if you
который
don't
не
get it.
будет греться
You
до
can look
сотки
into it
градусов.
further, should you need to study
Я
astrology
такие
more
видел,
deeply.
буквально даже новые. Вот недавно тоже у меня спрашивали, как бы, ноут, ну, посоветовать, да? И я видел ноутбук, который греется до сотки вот просто вот так вот, спокойно.
Terrible!
Правда, ноут брата такой же старый, как и мой, но хотя бы мощнее, чем мой Lenovo.
But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dorman Port,
А я в
and I
Genshin
traveled
даже
with
не
the old
могу.
hag for a while,
Играю, у
after
меня
which I-
Oh, that's a good thing then.
стабильно в нем
At least we know you won't get
146
devoured by
кадров.
Fontane's waters.
Может и больше будет при желании.
Speaking of, there's something ominous about it. Well, the water.
Ну, у меня комп прям мощный, я себе собирал под стримы. Я еще работаю дома на компе. Там в YouTube вот делаю, типа, поэтому у меня комп — это мой рабочий инструмент, поэтому в него побольше денег вложил.
That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and
Хочу
speak
наушники
about the
себе еще новые
circulation of the
купить.
prophecy as an astrologist.
Вот. Наушники попозже возьму.
The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think
Присмотрел
anyone
себе
expected Fontaine to be in
наушнички,
this much trouble.
называются эти HyperX. Могу скинуть, чуть покажу, если интересно. Ой, а мне даст ссылку скинуть, если я захочу? Ну-ка попробуем. А вот я сломал. Я не знаю, смогу ли я показать, сколько у меня кадров. Вот интересно, видно сейчас? По-моему, должно быть видно.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist.
What I can tell you is
144
that
он.
I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of Altivat. I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful.
Там можно, там есть программка, которая, через которую запускаешь Genshin, и там лог снимается. И она легальная вполне. Ее на этом скачиваешь. Такого. Забыл, сайт называется. Не Хабр, а... или на Хабре, что ли. Сейчас скажу, где. На гитхабе, во. На гитхабе качаешь файлик, и там он тебе разлочивает FPS. Ну, Genshin не особо оптимизирован под высокий FPS, поэтому там может лог ставить. Вот. И так как они на массовость идут, поэтому... Чтобы каждое ведро тянуло его, типа, не разлочивают. Тут местами бывают просадки какие-то непонятные по кадрам. А у нас просто в колледже на 3-м курсе всем сказали приобрести технику для курсовой работы, но мне мама тогда в кредит взяла самый дешевый ноутбук. Но он, считай, с 2010 года прожил до 2021. Ой, ладно, наверное, увидели, сколько кадров в Геншине. Можно, в принципе, убрать. Мониторинг.
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all. So yes, your praises are quite welcome.
Могу скинуть ссылку на GitHub, где можно скачать, если интересно. Но это потом. Но вообще, пишешь в этом... В поиске Google, как разлочить FPS Genshin, и там какое-нибудь видео открываешь или что-нибудь того, там с инструкцией будет тебе. Расскажут, как это сделать. И будет у тебя плавная картинка. Ну, если у тебя монитор 144 Гц, у меня просто моник такой, и поэтому... Разница есть, и она, ну, как бы я ее чувствую. Я так чувствую, как говорил Тиньков.
Whoops, guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive any news, I'll be sure to come find you.
Мама взяла кредит самый дешевый ноут, прожил до 2021-2010. Ну это мощно. Skyrim, Assassin's Creed играть, до Вори. Конечно, притормаживал, но игра пофиг даже так.
We were able to recruit Mona's help, didn't we? Our Fontanian friends will thank us someday.
Ой, я помню, давным-давно тоже у меня ком был, там стояла вообще видюха GTS 250, GeForce GTS 250. Вот. И я на ней, и Proc i3 какой-то там древний тоже, там 2000-й что ли какой-то серии, там 2000, там какой-то i3. Не помню даже. Потом... Я на нем сидел очень долго, года, по-моему, до 2017-го. Потом собрал себе на i5 8400 и 1070 видеокарте. И сейчас она уже тоже устарела. И вот в прошлом году я ставил себе 5800X 3D и 4070. Спросите, возможно, почему проц такой поставил мощный. для такой видеокарты? Ну, потому что, так скажем, играю в Full HD, и чтобы видюха полностью была нагружена во всех проектах. Поэтому такой проц. Все, я пошла, уже пора. Пока-пока, хорошо провести тебе стрим. Да, давай, пока-пока. Тогда залетай еще. И тебе хорошо провести день и выспаться. Так, что-то я не туда бегу куда-то, походу. Наверх, наверное, надо. Так. У тебя. Почему не могу ответить? Долбанное сердечко влазит. Во. Кинули. Дворец.
You're here! Finally! Is something wrong?
Monsieur Neurvalette and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson.
Всегда задумывался, она же не гидроархонт, или у нее сил нету, что-то я не помню, когда в прошлый раз сюжетку проходил, что-то такое было. То есть, по-моему, не Вилет это гидроархонта, она типа как будто лохушка. Ну блин, ну она красивая. Шляпка такая милая.
You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to...
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you?
Бля,
I
можешь
didn't
подвинуть
think you were
чуть-чуть,
that type.
чтобы было видно. Виджеты. Ладно, потом.
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it.
Че? Подвинем. Ты не обращал внимания, что мешается вебка с рамкой? Точнее, вебка не мешается, а вот сбор мешается. Что, подвинуть? Как-нибудь так. Так стрёмно выглядит. Сейчас подвинем. Так. Повыше просто. И рамку тоже. Так вроде лучше. Рамку надо поправить. А, тут не хочет работать. О. Хоп-хоп. Все. Блин, ну рамка вообще бесит. Не хочет вставать как надо. Все, встало. Так. Все. Так вроде лучше. Видно текст.
There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead.
Оп. Все, вроде нормас.
Just trust in me. You're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine. That's all I have to say. We do not... Oh! The opera's about to start. Toodles!
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. Huh. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh! You noticed! Seems Farina didn't even realize...
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep... Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Oh? Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon.
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what... If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Me? No, I don't think I can.
Then, how about you, good...
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spot...
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand, and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. So, if we were to build a trap together, right?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured.
Wait, why is that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line...
So, are we going hunting together?
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god.
Oh.
tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening. Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh? Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little, well, it's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Did you just pour some tea? What's that? Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea.
Who's that voice?
Aw, have you...
Wait, you are...
The voice from the sky, You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friends to the prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesized will be fulfilled.
What? Then is there...
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. So you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods. Could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
What is she talking about? It all sounds
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others ultimately. Fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
The voice. It's gone. I want to hear someone talking. All right, coming. Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Mona!
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Did she have pink?
Why, yes! It was Charlotte. I'm in full support of her view.
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear...
Yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up. Huh? Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people...
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. but I've never met her. And if she were still alive, she'd be... well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for long...
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be. Perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now. Traveler, Paimon, are you two all right?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now.
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation, too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate, but even so, I still hope for and believe in miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful.
Так. Привет, Анна. Прикольно стрим. Наверное, ты имел в виду прикольный стрим. Ну, спасибо тебе.
Perhaps that's what N was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff, it was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Что я тут пропустила? Прошла 4-й том и устала. Да, особо немного. Не знаю, интересно, у тебя история чата сохраняется? Тут мне тут переписывался, общался с девчонкой одной из Самары. Много-много в Genshin она играет и знает за него. Да, у меня другой. Напиши мне свой ID, я тебя добавлю. Чатик вот на ютубе напиши.
Hey, traveler. Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
Я не могу попасть наверх сразу. Ну, пойдем туда.
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper. What's going on? Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy, but that does not mean that others cannot interact with it.
Так. Интересно, он скопирует в Genshin? Сейчас я диалог доболтаю, добавлю тебе.
Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that. did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report. A blind adventurer with their white
Меня
fairy
утомила эта
legends
тюрьма.
trailing in their wake. It is said
Да, она там душноватая, но в конце поинтереснее становится, когда там жесть начинается, типа.
So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler can journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail, World Walker. Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're
Ну чё, сейчас тогда мы с тобой до этого, как его, пройдем сюжетки все и можем вместе бегать, закрывать эти, закрывать активности всякие, миры, сундучки, телепортики и тому подобное, и всякие шняги собирать. Пайман проголодалась. Да, перекусим.
Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition, only 16 slices a day cake!
Нашла множество загадок. Ну да, там куча всего. Я вот тоже буду бегать, потом закрывать.
One slice of cake, please. Someone showed up after all.
Вот правильно, что болтать меньше надо, сразу идти брать.
Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can eat.
Я тоже хочу торт.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore?
Стримить?
What would you think?
Ну, немножко. Вот.
But why would it close?
Да, у меня в целом такое чувство, что я еще со вчерашнего дня до конца не отдохнул.
Maybe the waters will rise tomorrow.
Они всю сюжетку торты едят. Ну да, и дразнят.
Oh, the prophecy.
Ну мы с тобой вкусно тортик поели.
Much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no
Этот
more
как его,
cake tomorrow,
панчо.
that wouldn't keep me from having some today. No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Huh.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily. Yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them.
Как, кстати,
delicious
задержка
food.
поменьше стала на стриме.
please try
Вроде
the keys here.
выставил поменьше. Так что сейчас вроде быстрее отвечаю на вопросы всякие.
I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. I'm sure this cake will be delicious.
Тортик ничего такое вроде нарисован.
It's more delicious than last time, and the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
Мне кажется, наоборот. Наоборот, дольше стало. Странно. Давай проверим. Ну вот. Фиг знает, короче. Ладно.
I'm sure I've forgotten something. Not to worry, I'll simply send someone to fetch it. As soon as I remember what it was. Not to worry.
Ну, да я бы не сказал, что прям супер медленная задержка. Ну, типа, вроде приемлемая. Не убийственная, я бы сказал. Не, понятное дело, что она есть. Ну, тут, к сожалению, уже сложно это прям моментально, видимо, сделать. На твиче, наверное, может получше, хотя, может, и так же, не знаю.
Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
А может, я отвечаю просто долго. Или они в видео попадают долго. Не знаю. Ну такое оно, да ладно. Так. Пум-пум-пум. Ну вот ты написала в 16:51:09. Сейчас 16:51. То есть, ну, минута. Это приемлемо. К тому же, если у меня будет много зрителей, я не буду все равно на все сразу успевать отвечать. Поэтому, типа, задержка небольшая, ничего страшного. Так. Куда мы теперь идем? Вопрос. Что я сделал? На этой территории проходит другое задание. Подробности. Пятнистый кот, глава 1. Шарлотта. Где это? Пятнистый кот, глава 1. Держу цель.
Everything's in place and they've taken the bait. Yes. Now to...
Hey, isn't that charming? I see.
Ой, что-то в комнате темно стало, надо свет включить.
Sent by the Phantom Weasel?
Здание можно отключать. Да ладно, серьезно? Значит, да что я его не отключил тогда? Да, пропустим.
Couldn't agree more. Thank you, sir, for your time. Now, whom should I interview next? Hey, what a coincidence! Fancy meeting you here.
Хочу основную сюжетку вначале пройти.
Perfect timing. Yeah. This, huh? Oh, well, not to worry. 10 or so years ago. Wow. Cool.
Wow.
He sounds like one of those mysterious night burglars that you read about in novels. Precisely. Well, except the part where they actually have a good reputation. Our weasel targeted whatever people held dear, and no one was safe from his predations.
Тоже, видимо, новая приколюха. Я сюжетку, когда проходила, у меня персонаж был занят другим заданием, и я выбрала пройти сюжетку сначала, а потом уже то. И предложили выбрать либо то, либо другое. А мне ничего не предложили, мне сказали, персонаж занят, и все.
I know. The phantom thieves you read about it. Yeesh. Not exactly. There's a good chance that the weasel would still be at large to this day if it hadn't been for an accident 10 years ago. A magician named Caesar fell to his death in a botched high-altitude escape performance. When the police went through his personal effects, they found a horde of stolen loot and gagged. Sure enough, thefts in Fontaine went down after Caesar's death. I had to squeeze through the crowd this morning to get a photo as soon as I heard. Here, it's this one. So, this is the warning letter, huh?
Блин, я даже не хочу слушать, что она мне говорит. Я хочу основную сюжетку пройти. Хотя, может, это интересный квест.
This is, without a doubt, a clear declaration of criminal intent. After years of laying low, what once seemed like an open and shut case has been blown wide open again. But why has he reemerged now? And what? Uh-oh. If this thief will steal anything that other people value, does that mean even... Really? Oh, let him try. In fact, Hyman's gonna eat all her snacks right now. Let's see what he can do about that.
Как же она мерзко орёт.
Okay, the people have spoken. It's clear that the public are very concerned about the Phantom Weasel's reappearance. Let's see, I've got a photo of the letter, my interview notes. Yep, that should be enough to form the skeleton. Something exclusive. Who should I interview next? I need someone with a more concrete connection to the weasel. Is that who I think it is? Lenny! Magic, magician, Caesar! The Phantom Weasel! That's it! Let's go interview Lenny! You see, the original Phantom Thief Caesar was a magician too! Are you serious? What sort of a detective? Oh, relax! My journalistic instinct tells me that an exclusive news story is beckoning.
Что за фигня? Мне не дает выбрать. Собеседование в паровой птице. Ну это же вообще сайд-квест, нет? Ну ладно, пройдем, пофиг.
Wow, Mr. Magician! How did you know which card I picked?
Сек.
Oh, it's simple. Come closer and I'll let you in on my secret. Magicians have a special skill called telepathy, which means we can read other people's minds.
Really? Then, what am I thinking now?
Well, first you need to relax, because I can see that you're clenching your fist in your mind, as if to say, no, I mustn't let him guess it.
Aww.
And now you're getting a little flustered. You're trying to find a way to empty your... You snuck out from home today, didn't you? You told your family a little lie so you could come out and play.
You can tell? Oh boy. You really can read...
Of course. Oh, and that's the end of my performance. You should really be heading home. Remember to apologize to your family, all right? They must be worried about you.
All right, got it. Bye, Mr. Magician.
Hey, Linny?
Why, hello. We meet again. Are you looking for me? What's the situation?
Well, why don't you guess, Mr. Telepath?
Oh, please. You didn't believe that spiel, did you? The power of telepathy is quite beyond me.
I'm sure that child would beg to differ. Seemed like you were right on the money.
That was nothing more than a little trickery. I made an educated guess based on that, plus the fact that he was the only kid here without his parents, and he looked as guilty as sin. He made it easy for me. You guys, on the other hand, let me guess. Don't tell me you're...
Wow, got it in one! Is this more of your trickery at work?
Wait, really? No, his warning letter's been the talk of the town, so I figured that maybe you were asking around about that.
Bingo! I plan on writing a column reporting on the latest... So, Linny, what are your thoughts on this infamous...
Angry? What?
You read his letter, right? The Phantom Weasel claims he's planning something in 3 nights' time at the Opera House. That's the night I'll be performing there.
Huh. What are the chances? Wait a minute, you don't think he's after you, do you?
Well, if he is, then his warning is clearly a direct challenge to me personally. And if he's not, then the mere mention of the Weasel's name is enough to scare people off. So once the contents of that letter get out, barely anyone will be showing up to watch my show. But I've been preparing for this for a long time. I'm not about to let him ruin my big day. This leaves me with only one choice. I have to expose the Phantom Weasel's identity before the show begins.
Really? So what you're saying is, we might get to see a live duel between a famous magician and—
To be honest, I'm not sure if I'll emerge the victor. The Phantom Weasel is a notorious crook, infamous for his inscrutable methods.
You're being far too modest, Linny. I think your magic tricks are even more inscrutable than those of a thief.
Thanks for the compliment, though I have to say, I don't care much for the comparison. A lot of people liken magicians to thieves because we both have the ability to make things disappear without the person. Allow me to demonstrate with a quick magic trick. Here, I have a flower, just an ordinary flower that was picked not long ago. Watch it carefully now. 3, 2, 1.
It's gone!
That's the question. Therein lies the difference between us. Thieves make precious things disappear, but only magicians make them reappear. If I could now invite you all to check your clothes, there might be a surprise in there somewhere.
A surprise? Let me see! It's right there! But how? You haven't moved this whole time!
What an outstanding trick! Sorry, Linny, it seems that my previous praise was woefully inadequate.
Don't worry, I didn't take offense. I just wanted to take the opportunity to perhaps change some of the preconceived notions you might have about magicians. Since Caesar's death, a lot of people associate magicians with criminality. It can be quite frustrating.
I can imagine. Coming back to your trick just now, might I presume that you are well versed in floral symbolism? For example, magicians often use rainbow roses in their flower-related performances to represent passion and romantic encounters. But you used a Lumidu spell, which, if I'm not mistaken, allude to separation.
Impressive knowledge. It's no wonder you're such a successful journalist. But I'm afraid I don't know the first thing about floral symbolism. I'm just in the habit of using Lumidu spells in my magic. It sounds like something I should look into, though. I'll buy myself a copy of Fontaine's Floral Language Facts when I have some time. But it'll have to wait until this Phantom Weasel business is behind us.
Well noted. In that case, this brings us to the end of our interview. I, for one, am looking forward to the final showdown between you and the thief. Please feel free to get in touch to update me on any further developments. Otherwise, I will of course see you at your show in 3 days' time, but let's hope the Phantom Weasel is caught by then. If there's nothing else, I'll be off. You've given me...
So, Linny, are you gonna tell us how you did that?
I'm afraid that's my little...
Aww. Well, magicians are entitled to their secrets. You feel it too, right? So itchy!
Not so itchy then, huh? Well, since you're so concerned, how would you like to serve as my temporary magician's assistants and help me investigate?
Magician's assistants? Oh, That sounds fun! Assistants are technically magicians too! Also, it'll bring us one step closer to figuring out how that darn trick is done! Shall we go for it?
Excellent. Thank you for putting your trust in moi. The first thing we need to look into is who Caesar really was. If he truly was the Phantom Weasel, that means that the weasel is dead, and whoever wrote this warning letter is just a copycat criminal. But if he wasn't the weasel? Well, that'll make things more interesting. It would mean that the weasel lives, and he's been laying low all this time in some corner of Fontaine. And if we're investigating Caesar, his fiancée Gemma is a good place to start. Word is that she visits the cemetery often, so I asked Lynette to wait for her there. We should make a move. Let's go and rendezvous with Lynette.
It's been a while since we last saw Neverland. Paimon wonders what he's been up to. Paimon has so many questions.
Так. Долго он меня будет мурыжить тем, что я не могу начать проходить основной квест? Да, нет. Собеседование в паровой птице теперь мне надо. Где у нас собеседование? Надеюсь, он меня быстро отпустит. Потом пройду эти квесты. Он еще и не озвучен. Мне вот эта штучка нужна, наверное. Это локарт. Еще один делик или что, не понимаю.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though.
Really?
You're almost a little too...
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
Побежала готовить ужин. Это тебе за старания твои, циркумфлекс.
Спасибо, Юля, большое за 200 рублей и за то, что оценила мои старания.
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to see you at work.
Прям большое спасибо.
Bumped into Mona here in Fontaine.
На Луну вон нападало 50%.
So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real dare.
Nice. In which case,
Прям настроение подняла.
Journalist dare.
Huh? So your article?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
Yeah, are we even?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have...
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and... Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but if you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be report. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, and then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist. But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we? The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking. If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do? No, Paimon should ask if you could choose. We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. You mean, still traveling? Huh. What? Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough. But it's still better than the Fortress of Meropide, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meropide. Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due—
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel—
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, the Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god, after all. Even if she were to fall— Good. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry, this is more than enough—
Is that so? Well, all right then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then. If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat. And, as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Nervillet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do— In that case, there's not a moment to lose.
Как... О. О, сон летим. Что у нас? По квесту туда отправили. Посмотрим, что здесь.
All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Вон она стоит. Нашли.
That's Farina, right over there. She really...
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina. It's just us.
So, it is you.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you?
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were? Disturbing my enjoyment of the art. They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marsh Chaussee Phantom are freaking out right next to them, too. Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabbit. That's against the rules. I can't let them...
Farina just ran off! Quick, we have to catch up!
Они так прикольно бегают. Тыгдык, тыгдык. Тыгдык, тыгдык. Тыгдык, тыгдык. Тыгдык, тыгдык.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before...
What?
Hurry, they're almost here!
Fine, fine. I suppose haste is warranted.
Paimon's exhausted.
I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed. You're right.
Yep, that's a good girl.
What's happening? The ground's shaking.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Nouvellette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation...
Yeah. I hope that the people of Poisson, they've already... It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts prove to be futile, and we cannot make an enemy of the divine. Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no but just now. It all became clear to me. As long as the final moment hasn't come, don't worry. I will keep... Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were at...
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone. A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage...
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a god? I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a...
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding.
Looking for excuses again.
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. I will admit that I've been running away. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage, and I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice! This time, I will applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine! The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
Woohoo! Oh, now we're making history.
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this serious.
All right, then. Who will be...
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent. Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was, moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson. So, we arranged for a second group.
So, you mean... the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontainian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Areneas. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of... My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an...
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box...
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an
Thank you.
As for you, traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
Oh?
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Madam Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine! So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument. Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the cave. This is the first time Monsieur Nervillette had a difference of opinion with the Fatui Harbinger. The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. According to Monsieur Nervillette, both child. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
И чё?
The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch.
Что делать? А, мы просто вспоминали.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Опять суд? Ну, посмотрим, что будет.
Oh, come on, Nervillette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt and all. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted. Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty?
There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine.
Yeah, even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very...
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible.
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation.
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the...
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must and if I was not the Archon.
Блин, ну достаточно попросить, чтобы она показала способности перед людьми, и все станет ясно. Как Фурина может жить так долго, будучи всего лишь человеком? Записи по интервью с путешественницей.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse.
Neverlet sensed it too, huh?
Lady Farina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart. Just...
Попросите показать способности.
Celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being?
Human being. Нам нужны способности. Нам нужны способности.
Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house.
Опять надо что-то выбрать. Что связано? Или... А, тут уже за меня решили, что связано. Хоть Невилетта считал Чайлда невиновным, Оратрис вынесла обвинительный приговор, и даже Фурина не знала почему. Потому что Фонтейнс можно растворить водой из первозданного моря. В течение многих лет Вашер похищал и растворял девушек для своих экспериментов, пытаясь найти способ вернуть свою жену, которая была растворена в результате частного случая. BBTSN связался с тобой через твое сознание, назначает, что пророчество обязательно исполнится, но тебе нельзя терять надежду. Может, это... Выберем Чайлда.
But weren't You as confused as all the rest of us when the oratrice declared child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is while the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the...
I never thought you'd use that kind...
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority...
The real Hydro Archon. It is true that I did not know why but the oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally. You can't argue that just because a divine...
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the oratrice.
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate...
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted. Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy.
Isn't that a huge...
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a...
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's...
Hey, come now, everyone. Please, I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? Please, you've got to...
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And all of our ancestors?
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not if you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you...
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. Ugh.
Ну сколько можно-то уже, и так все понятно. Не велят.
That doesn't sound right. Paimon doesn't think this clue can be used as compelling.
Чё? А чё тогда? Время исследования руин в окрестностях Пуассона не начали разрушаться, и Нави упала в воду, в которой содержалась вода первозданного моря. Только защита погибших членов группы не позволила раствориться. Чё тогда? Перед водой в течение многих лет Вашарова восхищалась девушкой, пытаясь найти способ спасти свою жену, которая была растворена в результате несчастного случая. Не знаю, короче. будет чел про растворение.
Established that all Fontanians can dissolve in water from.
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be now. I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the air, including those of some of my... So, Miss Farina, would you dare, if we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on it. If you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate...
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Hey!
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon!
Miss Siegewin? If you're present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siege? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewin.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of She was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a...
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Farina.
Oh wait, what did she just say? I didn't get dissolved!
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around... However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. We don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve it. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could...
I can't believe... Listen to me, everyone! Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks! Think about it! How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't? Also, if I was really just a human, what... Please, anyone, just listen to me! I swear, I really am your Archon!
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway any...
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway her. She's too stacked against her now.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is guilty. We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Farina is...
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty to be punished via the death sentence.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court. And it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice?
Farina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of...
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's... Is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah! Even Fauché wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon.
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Fremine! You finally made it.
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will...
Is that the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try...
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. But has the trial already concluded? Then... doesn't that mean I've...
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates, and would like you to...
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
I believe I have now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's for... so when you say Hydro Archon...
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates.
Oh, блин.
slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontanians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon... The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to... Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a...
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women, and this might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve.
Блин, а это я не знаю, как подтвердить. Ничего не подходит. Что? Доказал, что Флорин является гидрократом, велит карать в случае так гидрократом.
That Nervilet mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
Странно.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be a...
Что это? Этап 4 это истина подтверждается доказательством. Сидит на троне.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontanians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy, if we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could...
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea, but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin... Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court... The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meripede was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The stone slate's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together...
Ничего.
Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now! So that's how you can make sense of it! But then it feels like we're going to have to share some...
Let's hear them.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear?
We're not real humans.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro... The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater. And how all the... Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around...
Indeed.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history.
Yeah! Isn't the image here just like... So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prof... In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters. And only the Hydro Archon... Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been... When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes... I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontanians and the sit in the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not want to give in. She eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by she poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid But if Fontanians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, The power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people...
So we were all Lucian?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all,
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontaine.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct. A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this... The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial. Therefore, the meaning of the third slip that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon. Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, in truth, everything we've done has happened
What should we do?
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled.
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deduction about the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meropide served as the shore. However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be... As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it.
Ну почему нельзя было просто сказать? Опять эта фигня.
We must find the root cause of the disaster.
It was both dream and...
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial.
О, началось, экшон, ура! Что за чел?
So we've met it at last. I understand very well what that whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the... It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained with...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial...
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale, from the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely
Это
didn't
child
expect
был?
it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to...
It is too late. It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not... We've already done everything we can, and we even found the truth. We've come so far.
Indeed. That's not how a grand performance should...
I'll fight it to the end. No matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the god, ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide.
What's happening
Ничего
with
себе,
our
целых
trees?
2 ролика.
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Marina!
No, I still need answers.
Что за дичь?
You.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing.
You are not Farina.
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question...
Fusolo. Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too. The heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Font 1 was not amused. In fact, 1 was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy, and as one of the 7, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro... But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be...
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria?
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited. Her strengths were of a kind only a human. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be under the curse I placed on her. So long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the...
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her. It's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
И... Ура, мы играем.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto this stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must act. All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Oh, I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Boba, get them!
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards! Let's light it!
I'm the fried kid.
Yeah.
Блин, я теперь хочу этого персонажа себе. Он такая прикольная.
Farina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're mirror me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me?
The prophecy.
What prophecy? Wait, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the
Oh.
What's going on? I can't seem to...
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will...
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontanian.
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this. I will tell you how to save everyone, but...
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness. As for the suffering, well, I will admit, but if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? If there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my
You truly... I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs...
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending mess. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But
how will I do this? A human assuming the role—
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity.
I'm still not sure I understand. So, how long am I—
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. But I promise you, all will—
A trial, huh? How exciting. The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. And, well, I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall— Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was—
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity—
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's—
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison back.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Right. Mirmi said that I just need to calm down, Farina. Think. Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim— Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are you may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let's—
So that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were—
Personality? It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice— No, this won't work. They'll suspect me again. I must play the role that they want me to play. No, this won't work.
А в смысле?
They'll suspect me again. I must play the role that they want. The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its god. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Так, что будет следующее? О, она бегать начала. Так дают нам поиграть за Фурию.
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent.
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial.
That's true, I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line. Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right. Deuteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again.
Прыгать нельзя.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy. The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. Alright, Farina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Типа спектакль ее жизни показывается сейчас.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Farina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Lady Farina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Dioteria, almost 20 generations ago.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer, a descendant of a line most ardent.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Farina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Are you crying?
Uh-huh. Really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer? Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries, but there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide and just share it with me.
A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to and if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage. She's right. I could confide in her, but if things don't play out as expected... No, Farina, you shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's Farina? You've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard. No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Fine.
Какой долгий спектакль, блин.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness, and Linny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan, then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked.
И чё, она умрет? Интересно.
Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on, that should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Nervillet, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Fussalor. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervalette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
I, Eudex Nouvelet, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
I have to...
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice. The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring Narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
Мы босса убьем или нет? Или мы не пойдем босса бить? Кита. Во, это и есть босс. Я был прав.
I've already done my best to separate the power. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the
А что делать?
source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together.
Как его бить? Я не понимаю.
I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
Teamwork is dreamwork!
Ну, чуть-чуть побил его вроде.
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. Chance will present itself.
Я так быстро бегаю. Чё за нах? Что со звуком? Что за дабстеп?
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
Going in!
Cascade!
Mind the deluge.
Let's light it up!
Hold be still.
Чё в силу пневма?
Everybody stand back! Nice and
Be still.
Да, он что, пизды сейчас даст? А, блин, я ультанул. О, рано. Точнее, да, рано. Но я ему только четверть здоровья снес на чужих. Даже не четверть, а 1/5, наверное. Че, в какую-то херню превратиться? В тянку?
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but oh well. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword.
That power. Who are you exactly?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals. I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk?
The point be-
Well, being that this pet almost just... So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's...
Oh, right. So you don't know him. His name is Sir Tologi.
Huh?
I am unfamiliar.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then?
The foul?
Still nothing? Well, how about the visionary? Vetterfulnir then? Or...
Ooh, that one we've heard! Rhine part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhine.
Wait! Didn't you also mention a visionary person?
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the fontaine back on the surface has most likely... In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full...
What?
Not to worry. Focalor has...
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Hey! Help! Over here!
All hands, initiate emergency rescue!
Hurry! Hey, lend a hand!
Look! The water's receding!
It's a miracle!
Waters receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Are you alright?
We're saved. The prophecy was wrong.
Так, и чё? Опять? Долбаная это Шарлотта. Блин, я-то думал, что я пропустил меньше. Оказывается, я пропустил слишком много. Я туда вообще еду. Что-то пинг такой большой пишет справа вверху. Странно, почему? Может, из-за стрима?
I have to stifle a smile every time I remember the look on my retainers' faces when I informed them of my plans today. Panic-stricken, but unable to muster the courage to say anything in opposition.
Так, я туда приехал.
Yes, this was a fine idea.
Ну да. А я мог телепортироваться, ну ладно.
Wait, did I hear that right? Monsieur Nervalet, are you sure you'd like to take over the case yourself?
That's right.
No, but why? Technically speaking, cases like... Nervalet! Sabine! Hey there! What are you two talking about? Traveler in Paimon, please help me talk our Chief Justice out of this. This is completely unprecedented. How can...
Thank you for your concern, but I currently have no such... Oh, apologies. I took your question in...
So, what is it exactly? It sure sounds serious if it's something you've got to investigate personally.
A Melusine named Kiara received a threat letter.
And then?
That is all the information I have acquired at this stage.
Huh? I have no idea why you're so hung up over this. I've checked the schedule in advance, and it seems like there aren't any trials today. So, if you insist...
Что брутальная водичка, большая брутальная водичка.
Thank you for understanding. I will leave a note explaining my absence on my desk. I would appreciate it if you could take it to Lady Farina. She may have no interest in official affairs, but standard procedure dictates that I'm still responsible for reporting to her.
Yes, understood. I'll come back later and deliver the note to her. Judging from Sadine's reaction, it must be pretty rare for you to—
I cannot tell you just yet, but it reminded me of certain past events. There could be complicated conflicts of interest behind—
Come on, stop being so secretive! We still have—
It is not my intention to keep you in the dark, but I need some time to— Long story short, a little more than 400 years ago, I became the Iudex of— There were few people I could trust, but I had two subordinates who were exceptionally trustworthy and capable. Carol, a Melusine, and Vautrin, leader of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol.
They must have been amazing people to receive such high praise from you!
Indeed. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to protect them. The reforms damaged the interests of some, and the more conservative faction took advantage of Carol's identity to instigate political unrest. Ultimately, they wanted me to yield more of my power. The incident resulted in Carol taking her own life, and Vautrin being exiled. From then on, I've been especially careful when dealing with cases related to Melusines. All Melusines used to live a secluded life away from human society. I granted their wishes when some of them, including Carol, asked me to bring them to the court of Fontaine. Many common folk believe that I share a special bond with the Melusines, and whatever they do can be traced back to me. Some of them, especially those who hold a grudge against me, exploit that belief and stir up conflict over Melusines in an attempt to lay the blame on me. I have nothing against the opinions of others, but the moment a whirlpool of conspiracy forms, it inevitably affects the innocent. It has already happened once, and I want to make sure it does not happen again.
Even so, why do you have to be the one investigating? There's the guards, the Marechaussee Phantom, and the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol. Aren't they more than enough to figure out what's going on?
Based on prior experience, there is a high chance that those who hold hostility towards me do not belong to the same department. The political system of Fontaine is relatively complex and involves the interests of multiple different factions. However, since I am technically an outsider in Fontaine, a lot of trouble could be avoided if I personally took on the case.
Outsider? But aren't you the Chief Justice of Fontaine? Why would you be an outsider?
I understand where you are coming from, but there is not necessarily a connection between my responsibilities and how I perceive myself. You know very well about my true identity, and have even met others of my kind in other nations. Even though I was born with a human form, there is a fundamental— Taking on the role of Chief Justice does not make— I have lived in Fontaine for a long time, but I do not—
Yeah, we have nothing to do. Let's team up and round up all the bad guys lurking in the dark.
That does not sound like a bad idea. I rarely investigate cases on my own, but with professionals like you around, I'm sure it will go a lot smoother.
Paimon started—
I will write my note of absence right away. Let us go. We should visit Kiara first and try to gain a better understanding of the situation.
So Neuvillette feels like he doesn't truly belong here in Fontaine, but is that really true? Paimon feels like he has a kinda skewed perspective on a lot of things. Anyway, let's catch up with him first. Paimon's been thinking. You called yourself a fish out of water, right? But since you're the Hydro Dragon, would a dragon out of water suit you better?
Thank you for your...
Так, ладно.
Please allow me to rephrase. Has a dragon out of water?
Ugh. That sounds kind of weird. Let's stick with the previous one.
Надеюсь, точнее не надеюсь, наверное, можно пока стопануться. Целую локу открывать. Еще занятий много, но я уже устал. 5,5 часов стрима. Завтра на работу. После работы постримлю еще. Попроходим сюжетку. Откроем эту локу. Потом постепенно будем подчищать. Можно будет здесь побегать, здесь побегать, тут побегать. А тут, наверное, нету локи. Ну, вот она. А потом еще тут, наверное, какую-нибудь локу добавят. Или тут. Или вообще где-нибудь в другом месте. Много где могут. Пам-пам-пам. Туру-ту-туру. Ладно. Думаю, на этом можно закончить. Всем, кто был на стриме, спасибо. Залетайте еще. Сейчас буду стараться почаще стримить. Так что всем спасибо, всем пока.